Someone says you have another form. But remember that God's purpose is that you will not sit here, but that you will stand there. That is the point. So, that is. And not just the little visionaries, people, young men and women who are burdened with bigger reasons. Where you move from being a visionary to being an highflyer or a highflyer. Somebody says, who is a highflyer? We are talking about you succeeding, but please note the progression. You can succeed almost at anything. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? You can be a successful armed robber. You can be a successful prostitute. A Yahoo girl that has not broken through will be using Android. The one that has broken through will be using iPhone, right? The one that the devil has helped a bit will have a car. Or you think it's only Yahoo boys that have cars? There are Yahoo girls. So you can literally succeed at anything, all right? If you know how to engage well in Nigerian government, it is when you have not studied enough, that they jail you. I hope you know the narrative in Nigeria very well. They will slap you. They will invite you to, let's come and dialogue. So if they caught you now in the government and you steal 100,000, you go to Kirikiri straight. But if you steal like 100 billion, your case is not Kirikiri. They'll be using EFCC to invite you, trade you around. Even if they arrest you, they won't put you in a normal taxi. It's private jet that they will come to you, carry you. You know, you're kind of thief that they are using private jet to come and carry. You know that thief is not on a normal level. Ideally, they should use Korope to come and carry you. But because you can succeed almost at anything. That is why our fundamental obsession is not for success. Are we together? If I ask any of you right now, wouldn't you say Burna Boy is successful? Won't you say that? Won't you say that? Won't you say Davido is successful? But that's not what we are talking about, because your success must first be from a direction, and that point must be what? Your vision. Are we together? So the first step is you have a vision for your life, that you succeed in that which God has granted you to become high flyers, and that the end point of your success, I'm going to the third point of our vision statement. It says to transform young people with the truth into visionaries, and visionaries, everybody say visionaries. Say high flyers. Then kingdom influencers. Now, so our focal point and my obsession, the reason why every of our team members are here this morning, and we're not even caring if it's raining or not, if the hall is packed to the brim or not, is that we are obsessed about your success connecting men to God. Did you hear what I just said? We have to, come on, think about it. Elon Musk is successful, am I wrong? Bill Gates, you can't talk about success in this world, and you won't talk. What will you say is wrong with you? You won't mention Jeff Bezos. You must be dead. You have to mention them. You will mention Warren Buffett. You will talk about these guys. You like it or not, don't like blacks. You will talk about Barack Obama. There are people who have worked this head, and by the fact you talk about Jet Li or Jack Chan in the movie industry, isn't it? Isn't it? You talk about different people in different spaces. You can talk about pop culture, and you will talk about Michael Jackson. You will talk about different people. But the question is, when you are being talked about as successful, will it ever be connected to the kingdom? Did you get the difference? Did you get the difference? Many years ago, I saw it in the newspaper. The valedictorian of Unilag, yes, Unilag to be precise, guess what happened? He wrote it in the newspaper. I think he finished with 4.98 or 99 or something. And he was excited. But guess what he said? He said he used to club and go to parties and carry girls. But he still made first class anyways. What is he saying? What is he saying? So that you'll be successful is not the point. What I'm about to share with you, probably let's say 60% of it can be shared by just anybody. All right? There are principles. You can learn it from anybody. Are you getting what I'm saying? Lesbians do charity work, isn't it? They go to Uganda, they feed hungry children, isn't it? Isn't it? That's good works. But that what they do will ever be connected to the kingdom is the question tag. Are we together? All right. So, this will be your major claim of being a part of what we do in things of Africa. That first, from wherever you're coming from, you become a visionary. You live a life powered by a bigger purpose than eating, sleeping, wearing the best of clothes, and doing life or doing what you call the rat race. How many of us know what the rat race is? You know, the beautiful thing about the rat race, the fastest runner is still a rat. Have you thought about that? The winner in the rat race is still a rat. All right. So let's get fully started. If I'm to talk about 5 things this morning that I think will help you go places, I want to talk to you about time. I want to talk to you about choice. I want to talk to you about money. I want to talk to you about what you do with knowledge. I want to talk to you about relationship. I will come again. Time, choice, money, knowledge, and relationships. Why have I decided to talk to you about time first of all? It's because if we take time out of the equation, we wouldn't have anything else to talk about. Do you know what you really say when you say somebody is dead? Do you know what you're really saying? Do you know what you're saying? You're simply saying the person's time is what? Is up. Let me ask you, friends, how many of you have tried to write an exam before? You know so much, but they told you time's up. In fact, while you're still writing, the invigilator came and pulled the answer sheet right from you. How many of you has that happened to? Come on, put your hands up. Let me see. So, can I ask you a question? The ones you know that is still in your head, does it have any value? Does it? That is why I'm starting from time this morning. And it's so interesting that time is about the only thing that God has used to equate all creatures. Goats, pigs, lions, amoebas, sparrows, ants, crocodiles, birds, chimpanzees, zebras, males, females, politicians, blacks, Asians, Caucasians, Africans, Europeans, poor, rich, Christians, pagans, diseased, healthy people. Mention all sorts of classes. There is one basic denominator: time. Time is the only thing we all have that equates us. Not money, not background. Right now, as we're seated here, we're not coming from the same background. Am I right? Am I right? We have not all had the same opportunities. Am I right? Am I right? So, that talks about the concept of, in Africa, we talk a lot about equality. Equality. But the truth is, the concept of equality doesn't exist. Because as long as we are humans, we will never have equal platforms. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? If I ask 3 of you randomly to come out and stand, and I ask you to touch this thing, apparently none of you is tall enough to touch it. Am I right? Am I right? So your only hope of touching this is to what? Is to jump. Right? So I'm asking you, if somebody is taller than the other, chances are that the person jumping. You know, when I said this is the standard, it looked as if I looked at everybody and I was fair. But the tallest person has a greater chance of touching it. Am I right? So height has conferred on you an advantage that others didn't have. Am I right? Number two, what if your parents were into athletics? And right from when you were young, they've been coaching you how to jump. You have an athletic body, so to say. You may be shorter, but because you've been doing high jump for long, that means you have a higher tendency to even touch it more than the tallest person. Right? Right? So you see, right from set go, I'm saying no, I'm not partial. This is it. But really, as impartial as I am, there's still an impartiality or an impartiality in the system. Why? Because you don't all have the same factors, isn't it? So that tells you that God is a just God. So you know what God did? God ensured that He brought a critical factor that will not just bring equality, but equity. And He called that factor time. I don't know if any of you have seen this movie, Enoch, the story of Pastor Agagu. How many of you have seen it? Like many other true life stories that are acted as documentaries of some sort, or biographies that were acted, you would realize that many people who became great naturally didn't stand a chance. Am I right? And their stories remind us that there is no cap, there is no limit to what you can become if you understand the power of time. Let me also have by saying that already many of you may not realize it, but you're already disadvantaged. Do you agree? Oh, you don't? The mere fact that you are born in Africa means that for every single time you own a naira and a child in the United States hold $1, that child is 780 naira ahead of you. You don't realize that, do you? You don't realize that, do you? Do you know what African content creators go through to get quality? Do you know? It's like some of you don't understand what I just said. Imagine if at the basement of ETF, they sell camera there, good cameras. And let's say a good one goes for about $2,000 US. Are we together? But that is United States. You need one, you have $2,000. You know what you do? You just walk straight up and you pick one. Well, you are here in Akure. You also want to buy that same camera. It's not sold anywhere near you. You know what you first do? You first go online and you check if it is available. Say data. You need to buy data now. Am I wrong? I'm showing you the gap just based on where you were born. Not because your parents are bad or they are good. Just where you were born. Number two, after you have confirmed with your hard-earned data how much is sold, you now say, I want to buy. GTB will first tell you that actually because of G guys, internet fraudsters, they have blocked your MasterCard. So there is a limit to what you can buy with your card. First trouble. Can I ask you who worked for the $2,000 you want to use to buy? Who worked for it? Is it you? You did, right? But see the stress you are going through to use your own money to better your own life. Eventually, if you find a way to crack into the system, you now go online and they will tell you, because you are bringing it to Africa, shipping fee is about $400 to $500. By the time you convert the $500 to Naira, it's already more than $2,000 if they're talking about 2,000 Naira. naira. Am I right? Did you get my point? So, if two of you, a United States citizen and an African or a Nigerian, set out to buy that same product, he can literally wake up and say, I have an idea. I have a content idea. Let's start. He just wakes up, pull up his MasterCard or whatever, or his credit card, all right, or debit card, and just goes straight, purchases the camera, comes back, goes on YouTube, checks few tutorials, am I right, and start creating content. You know what? You are still praying that Junior will deliver it when they said they will. 1, 2. You have to then trust God or trust whatever you put your trust in, that the extra $500 shipping payment, you will get it. And you now pray that you are not duped. You know that's another sign that what you order for is truly really what you eventually got. This is why if you are in Africa and you play a lot with your life, I'm wondering if you really realize how backward you are. Not because God made it so, but because of the system we are in. So, what is the power of time? What is the power of time? I've had many people say that time is going to change it. Leave it to time. Can I announce to you that time don't change things? So, God forbid, you check your first result and it's 2.0. Futa helped you to round it up. Not even 09 or 01. 2.0. Chances are that when you cry after saying that, you go to your fellowship, your sister's card or your fellowship president or your academic card will give you a say, don't worry, God is going to do it. You say, don't worry, time is going to change it. And guess what? Thank you. Then that semester, you know the way it works is in Futa. You would have entered the next semester before you see the result of the last semester, am I right? So your next hope of changing things, and usually Futa does it so well that they don't release your result until you have even written the exam for the second semester. Those of you in 200 above, you can read what I'm saying, right? So for instance, your first semester results, you don't get to see it until sometimes 2 days. That can be very wicked. I said can be, I didn't say they are. You don't get. Imagine exam is starting tomorrow, then they will now paste your result today. Somebody that is smarty has already served breakfast. We first need to gather momentum to finish crying. Of the result you saw, to now say, another one starting tomorrow. You need a lot of guts, isn't it? What if you saw your result as you are resuming next semester? It can even help you, right? Cheer you up to say, come on, I need to. So that's how it works. But you know what they will tell you? Don't worry, time is going to change until you now write the next exam and then the result comes out next session, first semester when you're about to write, first semester exam 200 level. And guess what? When they told you time is going to change things, time really changed things, but this time around, time didn't change it for good. And rather than your CGPA move forward, the thing just came back to 1.9. Oh, and it's as if Futa likes you having O at the back of whatever they give you. Then you're wondering, where am I getting it wrong? You thought that simply by repeating what you did last semester, but doing it harder is going to change things. Can I announce to you that time doesn't change things. Time only matures what you have planted in it. Are we together? Are we together? It does not matter how many years you leave a corn in the soil, a corn is never going to become a beans. Am I right? Am I right? It does not matter how many years you leave orange in the soil, it's not going to become mango. So before you say, time is going to change it, can you ask yourself a few seconds, what have I invested into time? Yeah. Somebody says, sir, but have you had a moment when somebody invested something else into time, but what they are getting is not what they planted? Yes. Well, if you know what you planted, and you know that what you planted is not what you are harvesting, What do? Just know that someone else has planted something in your soil. So what do? You have the right to challenge. That is why when I laugh like this, I'm about to say something. I hope you know it's not every student. Lecturers can fail because they did not agree to sleep with them. Let me explain to you. Imagine out of 8 courses, you are 92A, the least in all the courses. You now have 12F in one. The lecturer will have to explain to the university council how you add 12F in this course. Did you hear what I said? I said your list score. I'm not talking about Baba Michel Ezo. You know Baba Michel here. 70, 71, 72, 70, 71, 72. That one is what you call Baba Michel. I'm talking about 98, 94, 96, 95, 99. It's possible. Don't say it's not possible. You now came to a course. It's even now a 2-unit course. You now have 12F. In fact, your HOD will take up your matter and will say, let's go and fight. But you say the lecturer failed you. Your highest grade in the same other courses you are doing is 48. You say the lecturer failed you. What took me to that example is to make you realize that depending on what you have planted in time, you can demand that what you planted be given to you. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because you know what you planted in there. And checkmate, the other harvest is proving that really you didn't plant 12F. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? Good. So I want to tell you a few things about time that you need to know. And I believe that if you understand, again, please note that whatever it is I'm teaching right now, I teach each of these topics for about 6 hours before I feel I've done 20 to 30% justice. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I just said? Team members, am I lying? Okay, so they are used to our style. So I want to encourage you to know that whatever it is I'm teaching is an introduction. That's why I'm glad that many of you signed up to the group page. I will drop some links, but I won't choke you with it. We'll just release maybe once in 2 days. Just listen, just listen, just listen. So what I'm doing right now is like a summary. So I won't be able to teach extensively. In those recordings, you'll be able to get in-depth on these different topics. Are we together? Alright, so the first thing you need to realize is that there are 3 things people do with time. They spend time, they while away time, and they invest time. In case you think you are busy and you are not the graduate, can I announce to you that you are literally the least engaged person on the planet right now? I know you don't believe what I just said. I know. Am I wrong? Sir, if you are even a DE student, you now hear when you'll be doing all the courses in your department, plus some that you did not do because you skipped upgrade level. And you say, I'm busy, I am able, since 7 years. It's 8 years. I'm just coming back home. Sister, I'm tired. Futa, they want, how many of you have said that? They want to kill us in this Futa. Somebody said they met Emmanuel days ago. And the person asked him, how are you? He said, oh, Futa can stress someone. I said, what? You have not seen stress. You have not seen stress. And in fact, there's no stress again in Futa. She be this is it here. That the chair is complete to the front. Please put your hands together for Futa. And this fan is working like some of you in 500 level. Did you remember that there used to be one fan around this place? The fan used to be like this. That you are in the class, you are listening to lecturer, you are praying. Oh God, you are calculating if the thing goes like this. Okay, it will go like that, so I'm safe. I don't know. We are live. Let me keep quiet. Are we together? Sometimes I have students, you have a lecture, yes, what time? 8 a.m. Then they get a class. Then what happens? Lecturers didn't show up. So what do students do between 8 and 10? Do you know what 99% of students do? They chat till the next lecturer comes in. Usually they will tell you, I've left them since morning. 8 o'clock to 6 p.m. lectures. I will ask you, did all your lecturers come? Say no. How many came? 4. So how come you have been in school since 8 to 6? And you say you've been stressed. You know why? What you did that day was to partially spend time and you while away the rest. And listen to me. Every single time you are whiled away, you are buying it back. You buy it back. It's a long time. Now when you lose time, you have to buy it back. But when you buy it back, the price is not the same. Anytime you lose time and you need to buy it back, you pay higher for it. Let me give you an instance. If you want to invest time and face MTS 101 and smash it and let it go, but you did not, so you carried over the cost. When you do it in 200 level, that is if you don't drop other courses. Are we together? That is if you don't drop other courses. So let's assume you didn't. You know the danger? Here is the danger, and I'm about to tell you in a moment. By the time you are doing that same course again in 200 level, usually it will clash with other courses. Those in senior levels, am I right? So you will need to pay more. And when I mean pay more, you will need to do more. That is why most times it is hard for students to carry a course and pass it immediately. Are you getting what I'm saying? And usually, once they enter 300 level and they carry it again, some department, the way the units of their department is structured. Once you carry over a course, there are courses you would never be able to do again till you are 500 level. And God help that person. You don't pass it in first or second semester. Extra year is already waiting. So you see that at every moment, you will have to pay more. In case you doubt what I'm saying, the amount, while I was still working with biology department, the amount we were selling biology manual is not even the amount they are selling it now. So when I said you will pay more, I mean you will pay more in every way. If somebody wants to have passed down, let's say Bio 101 in 100 level and didn't, and had to do it in 500 level, I'm sure you know Futa school, the person will pay school fees. Yes or no? Futa school fees 5 years ago is not the same thing right now. So you pay more in every way. You will. And do you know the danger is this? That you are not just paying more, you are paying more to lose more. Does that make any sense to you? So let me help you understand what I just said. It means that the person now is in 200 level. Truly, the person has a free time, right? The free time should have been invested picking the digital skills, right? Right? If you're a Christian, maybe pick a secondary school to visit and be a blessing to the teenagers there. But because you have failed to do what you want to do when you want to do it, you will have to mop up the time to now pass the course. Did you get what I'm saying? What should have been your free time, you have already lost. So really, once you lose time, you never truly get it back. That's where I'm going to. That's why when you meet people and say, hey, what's up? What are you doing? Say, I'm just whiling away time. That is a dangerous person. Wrong. Did you hear what I said? Wrong. I want to use a deeper word than spend. I want to use the word invest. So I told you there are 3 things people do. they spend time, they while away time, that is wasting time, or they invest time. So, what does it mean to invest into time? What does it mean? I'm about to tell you in a moment. When you go to a mall, let's say a mega mall, to buy stuff, and you have your credit card stacked with cash. You just walk in, oh, I like this. You put it in the cart, right? I like that. You put it in the cart, right? I like this. You put it in the cart. I love that. You put it in the cart. I love this. You put it in the cart. Then by the time you're done, you get to the counter, right? The payment platform. They will tell you the entire amount and you pay. That is spending. You know what it means to invest? You are intentional, you are strategic, you are in control of your decisions. So a person who invests his money, even though he's making purchases, this is what it looks like. He has a list. Am I right? A shopping list. In fact, sometimes he checks between malls. I'm sure you know there are some things that are more expensive in ShopRite than in other malls. Do you know that? Do you know that? Because they have told you lowest prices ever. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's the biggest lie of the century. Let me quickly lend you this wisdom. I hope you know when you hear there is promo. Most times those promos don't exist. This is what they do. Few weeks to the promo, they increase the prices of most things on their carts or in their store. When you now come, they will tell you they are giving you discounts. Did you hear what I just said? Let me tell you what I mean. If this podium, let's say it goes for 15,000 naira, about 3 weeks to the event, to the black whatever, they will jack the price up to about 20,000. When it enters Black Friday, they will reduce it back, so they will put 20,000 and they will now slash it to 15. In your mind, you think you are buying cheaper. I hope you know companies make more money during promo than at any time. Who knows that? Oh, wait, let me ask you. Do you really think any company has ever given any money for free to anybody? Do you really think so? I think your eyes is being open. It's the same concept with debt. The guy who owns a debt company has never lost any money. When you hear that somebody wants 10 million naira, the company didn't give him the 10 million. All of you co-betters contributed the 10 million for him. And can I shock you? You didn't just contribute the 10 million naira, you also enriched the debt company. And do you know why they were paying 10 million? Because they know the 10 million is not going anywhere soon. It's coming back into the betting pool. That's why betting is a game of fools. Did you hear what I called it? Game of what? Fools. It is what you call pseudo crowdfunding. Betting is called pseudo crowdfunding. So it's 3 odd. I don't know all those things. And you put 100 naira there. Do you know how many people bet in Nigeria? If you have about 500,000 people who put 100, and did you notice the way they do it? You bet with small money. Am I right? You can bet with as low as 200 naira. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? You know why they did it that way? It is harder to bet with huge money once. It is easier to bet with smaller denominations. So watch this. It is hard for you to put 2,000 naira once to bet at your level. But you can do 200 naira 5 times in a week. Did you get what I'm saying? What they want to do is to create the betting habit. So that when you step up and your level is no longer 200 level, 200 naira level, you will be, the real trap is the frequency of your betting. That habit is what they want to train. I'm giving you tips to help some of your friends. I can sell lots of people in Futa who literally they wreck their parents because of betting. The frequency. So by the time you step up, you are not using 200 naira now, you are using 500 naira. You have been used to doing it 3 times a week or 4 times. So what you used to put in 2 weeks, you put it in now in 1 week. They are happy to say correct. When you step up, something will just tell you, then they will just give you flash. If you can put this money, you can get this. And because you have already been trained to put, you say, what if I win? I know a young man, when he sent the voice note to me, even me, a counselor, I said, so how do I help this young man now? This guy, his parents borrowed money for a project. And because he's the one helping his dad to do transfer, so he knew when the money came in. It was in the night. He wanted to buy a new phone. And he was thinking about what to do to get money without asking his parents. So the thought came to him that if he can bet and double the money, he will still keep the what's your basket. Do you hear what I'm saying? He will keep the capital, but he would have made the profit. So he threw, I think 50K. The thing swallowed it. He's already in trouble. The only way to get back that 50K is to hope that if it throws back another 50K, that is how, until the money was out of the account, the reality now done. The dad literally wanted to commit suicide. I can't remember the tune of the money. I'm telling you a real life story. It was somebody that referred him to me. Even me, the person said, I don't know what. I said, I don't even know how to help you. Because first, you're in trouble. What took me to that? Investment, right? But I hope you got something in that. I hope you got that. So that's the strategy. It's the same concept with lottery. You go and Google what I'm about to say. Nobody has ever sustained family wealth through lottery past one generation. Go and Google it. You know what? What makes a wealthy man wealthy is our generation don't know what it means to be a millionaire, for instance. You see, if I call this brother and I hand him over 1 million naira, I have not made him a millionaire. I've just given him 1 million naira. Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? That you have 1 million naira does not make you a millionaire. What makes you a millionaire is your ability to trade with that and you can reproduce it. So before you have a million, you must at first become a millionaire. You actually become before you have. Did you hear me? So millionaire is not a possession thing, it's a personality thing. Did you hear what I'm saying? So you can be given a million naira and you have a thousandaire mindset. I remember the year I came back from service, precisely that same week, I went to cut my hair and I came up with an idea. I asked myself, if I have 1 billion naira right now, I didn't even say dollars. I said, what would I do with it? How would I invest it? And I wrote strategic things, based on the things I've been doing, things that I know I was supposed to do. I didn't know the conversation will ensue at the barbering salon. So I don't know, somebody was saying somebody just got 10 million naira. And guess what this person said? He said, I gave me 10 million naira. Do you know why? Because he has not grown to the size of that money. So the money is bigger than him. Have you noticed an average Yahoo guy, the first thing they want to use money for is a car? Because they think wealth is first a material thing. Wealth is first a personality. When you embody it, then it controls other decisions that you make. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Huh? Now somebody says, no, sir, that's in time, Pastor. Y'all guys now, they have investment. Into what? Do you know why I said into what? A truly wealthy man will never defraud a person to get money to start his wealth journey. Because the foundation of true wealth is first character. And this is the reason why, if you look through Africa, we have wealthy people scattered in different places, but the continent lacking is impoverished. You know why? Most people, if not 80%, who you would call wealthy, they didn't make the money through wealth. Wealth is not just a product. Wealth is a life, is a process. If they truly made it through the right way, I know I'm still on time. I've not entered money. Let me show you how it works. If you walk wealth, the way wealth is designed, there is no way you will walk through that path and you won't raise others. Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? If you understand wealth, you can't walk it. Your siblings won't beg you and say, hey, Joe, but that animal like Joe, help us, see us, we are suffering. They won't have to talk. And can I shock you? They won't even get a court because you went home during Christmas and you decide to do big uncle for them. There will be something naturally that will come from you that will create a leverage system for them to never need to ask you for money. Did you hear what I just said? Yeah. That's the problem we have in Africa. We have too many people who have private jets. We can't trace how they made the money. And usually when you harvest without planting, I never said it anyway, but let me explain to you the fundamental problem now we have in Africa. If 25 years ago, you have 40 billion US dollars, let's say 40 trillion US dollars here, that is the entire money in the African economy. Are we together? When I mean economy, both family finance, government finance, industry finance, church finance, or religious organization finance, it's here. Watch this. It's here as a seed in the silo. Sometimes when we need to eat, we take from it. When we need to plant, we take from it. Just imagine that money has come. This is what has happened in Africa in the last only God knows how many decades. Rather than people come to take it, plant it, such that you still have the same amount here, there. Are you listening to me? But much more replicated. And because you are planting, you don't plant without engaging people. And when you plant and you engage, what you're doing is you are transacting values. Are you getting what I'm saying? So necessarily, the use of your money will impact the life of people. Why? They will need to be a part of what you do. Sometimes you can realize, oh, they don't have the skill I'm looking for. So you know what you do? You say, how about we start a school in this community? And that school necessarily does not have to be a university. You have a company in a place, a manufacturing company, right? There are young people in that place. They don't have to go to the university to work in the company. Create a school to teach them the theory of what you do in the company. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me? 2, teach them the practicals. All the equipment they need to be trained with is already in the company, right? Then bring standard organizations to help them write professional courses. If you taught them where they will pass. Once they are work for 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 years, their orientation will change because something happens to you when you start earning money. You are valued for money, you are valued for life. So guess what? Now tell them that you have a partnership with the university to help them go start school. Really. By the time they graduate, they are already indebted to you, they will come back. This thing I'm telling you, what started it really in Africa is the tech space. Many years ago in Futa, somebody who says study computer engineering, computer science. The only thing you can do is to come back and lecture computer science. That's all. But what changed the tech space in Africa was the monopoly of how we can produce those who work in the space. It was broken. So you have people who have license from the government to teach these particular skills, and they will tell you, you can be licensed if you pass this professional exam. This is what I'm saying. And because really what the outside world is looking for is not what you know here, is what you can use your hands for, right? It's not knowledge but products. Are you getting what I'm saying? And that's the problem. If that is what we have been doing, do you know what would have happened? Our wealth base in Africa would have increased. And it won't just increase in store, it will increase in the field. And guess what? It will increase in the families. Did you get the 3 columns? Is it columns or row? Store, in the field, and where? In the family. That's the problem. I think there is somebody in this place who needed to understand what I just said. Because I didn't plan saying all that. So if you think the way to make money is to go through that route, you are really not getting wealthy. What you are simply doing is what I won't mention the name of that politician did many years ago. A president was coming to supervise a farm project he said he was doing in the States. He called a company overseas. They moved chickens or fowl to the poultry. Plenty fowl. Everybody was happy. Big project. As soon as the president was done commissioning the stuff, contract is over. They moved the entire fowl back to where it came from. In fact, I'm not measuring it. The president then is somebody experienced in farm. He said, He said, how can you have a poultry and you won't perceive any. And I can mention another governor who did that in Southwest. He even received an international award for the state-of-the-art facility. As soon as the project was done commissioning, the company or the company who supplied the equipment, they came back to carry it. And when you go back to those diagnostic centers, I'm not mentioning any name, you won't find those equipment there. Did you get it? So basically what you're doing, you're not creating wealth. You are only moving it from here to here. If you like, move it again from here to this place. It has not changed the number of the value in the system. Did you get that? So, thank you. Now, so what is the connection between that and what I'm talking to you about time? So you realize that time is your shot at creating real value. Did you hear me? So when you spend time, what you're doing is you're using value. You're not creating value. When you invest into time, you're creating value. Did you get the difference? How do you use value? When you sit for 2 hours because lecturers are not in your class and you're watching movie, you are spending time. You know why? You are spending time because somebody created that value. A movie is a product. Yes or no? You like it or you leave it, the people who produce it, they have paid their money from it. Am I wrong? They have. So can I ask you a salient question this morning? Do you want to spend time or you want to invest time? Do you want to spend time or you want to invest time? I got into conversation with one of our team members this morning. If not for the instability in the Nigerian economy, his company should, as we speak, be valued at about 1.5 million US dollars. Under 2 years. He is an example of a person who decided to invest into time. So right now, ask yourself, what are you doing currently? Do you know you are using time right now? Am I right? So let me ask you, are you spending it? You are whiling it away or you are investing time? You are never better than your investment. If you forget anything I've said today, don't forget that you are never bigger or better than your investment. So what are you going to do about time? In the next 5 years, as every one of you stand at 2,500 capacity auditorium, and they will tell you, you can now turn your tassel to the left. Is it to the left or right? I've forgotten. God, and I've done this thing twice. During matric, where is the thing? Is it left or right? When you are doing matric, your tassel will be at one. I can't remember again. All right. They will tell you to turn it to one side. Turning it to the other side means you have now convocated. Are you getting what I'm saying? Matriculation is at this side. Here is where I'm really going to. What is going to set you guys apart in the next 5 years, plus or minus as we strive, is what you have done with time. And listen, on that beautiful day, some people will not step on the podium to receive the VC's handshake. But watch out for them. In just 6 months, VC will invite them to his office to have one-on-one dialogue. They didn't claim the academic prize, but they have won through life. That is why there are 2 usual celebrities during convocation. There is the valedictorian or the first-class students from different departments, and there is the first in the class. Usually, the first in the class go on to bankroll most people in that set. Especially if you have, are we together? Especially if you have, if your level, if you have this close-knitted relationship, is the go-to for everybody in that set. Let me ask you, if you have a classmate now after graduation and is friendly, he wants to help, he has come, let's say 3 years after graduation, he has companies in 91 countries across all continents, and he's humble. You see how much, I'm not saying he stole money, because what young people do now, they defraud people, then they now say, after you have stolen, they say they purify the money. The day I had their how did they do? He said, let me tell you, it was a banker friend who was telling me. He said, after they have stolen, he said they will now start a company. He said, so the profit from the company, he said, is now pure money. I said, the devil has deceived you guys. Or they will steal enough and stop wearing that thing they used to wear. They will now start wearing native to look responsible. Then they will contest for whatever they want to contest for, even though they know they will win. So they will use it to create awareness, and in between the time of the campaign, they will do many charitable stocks for people. So to them, do you know why they are doing that? You can never pacify your conscience if you know you stole. Something tells them that they have defrauded humanity of value, so they want to give back as much as they can. I've seen lots of them. You never see them again. If they will ever wear jeans, once in a while, every time native. And they will ensure that they have beards too. Are we together here? Are we together? Value. Before you know what is happening, talk this. On his birthday, you will see giveaways flowing. During Christmas, you will see him say, sorry, I don't know, I just feel I should do this. Please, in case you're here, you have a little, you can just drop the account number, and you will hear people saying he sent to them as high as 100K. When somebody sent 100,000 naira to 50 people, or to 20 people, and the ones who did not drop account will say, I'm here. But while you were on campus, it was nothing. to you. Either ways, what they will be reaping after 5 years was their investment into time. Did you hear what I just said? Some of you came in earlier. There was a song that was played through the speaker. I wrote that song. It was produced by our team. All right. That was part of my investment when I was on campus. I love music. And I remember the first song I produced was in 400 level. The only gadget I had was my laptop and one small headphone. That was all. Every single thing that I do today that has blessed thousands of lives within and outside this country is founded upon this same principle I'm teaching you. My investment in time. So I'm asking you, have you seen into your future? What harvest are you looking at? What harvest? It's part of the power of time that every harvest you desire to have in your future, there must be a corresponding seed. Did you hear me? Do you want to see victory in your future? Where is your seeds of prayer? Do you want to see speed in your future? Where are your seeds of wisdom through knowledge? When you invest in the knowledge, you gain speed. Do you know why you call some consultants and why you call some employee or recruits? I tell the story most times when I have this conversation. Many years ago, a young man came into a company. The factory, what you call it? There is a name for it. The plant. The plant stopped working. So they had to call this guy from South Africa or something. So he flew down. And anytime this guy had to come for maintenance, you fly him, you put him, there is a standard treatment you must give. And aside the money for the service, you now appreciate him for coming. So, and you know they have engineers who do routine maintenance check. But when it's a major maintenance, you have to bring it. So, when this thing stopped working, the guy came. So, one of the maintenance officers or engineers was inquisitive. This guy will have been flying from wherever. What? I mean, it's the company that owns that plant that sends him. What does he even do? So, this particular time, the guy followed him. Of course, he's not black. If he's a black man, he will say, everybody go out. God help us in Jesus' name. It's cultural. So he didn't care. He didn't even know the guy was. So the guy just got there, according to the story. He just brought out his gadget and just punch 1, 2, 3 things and just his hand did not even get stained. You can switch it on now. The guy said, line. Say, what did you press? Then I cannot press. Say, you could have just gone. Hello? Oh, yeah, go to the place. Press this thing and this thing. Say, we flew you to come and touch something for 10 minutes. If you are the one, won't you be angry? But do you know what you are paying for? You are not paying for the 10 minutes you flew from maybe South Africa to come and punch some buttons. You paid for every single day, every single hour, every single second. You invested into understanding how that stuff works. I think last year I went to visit my in-law. So the vehicle had fault. When you drive, it will slow down automatically. So we went to their mechanic and the man asked my brother-in-law to step out of the car. He just stepped into the car and started it. He did like this, closed eyes. And he came out and just opened the bonnet. Just touched 1, 2, 3 things. And came back and started it. He said, go and test drive. And the car was fine. My brother-in-law said, sir, what did you touch? He said, you want me to tell you? Investment in time. So what harvest Have you seen in someone else's present that is your future, that you desire? I've said something very strong right now. Many of you lost it. I will say it again. What harvest have you seen in someone else's present that is your future? Let me make you understand what I'm saying. If a first class student comes in here and talks to you, there is a future you are open to get. Coming to stand with them. What you rather want to ask is, what is the price, or what are the prices they paid to get here? There is a connection between their harvest, that is not their present that you call glory, and your present. Are you getting what I'm saying? There is a gap between it. That gap is what? Say sacrifice. Say sacrifice. So find out the sacrifice, find out the strategy, and give yourself to it. And someday, the same way somebody, you are running after somebody to hand them over their portrait for a picture, you will see a younger person run towards you to do the same. And when you see them, you will look back at those years. I've been at situations or scenarios where this has happened to me, and I smiled. But can I have this quickly? I pray that when you eventually get there, you won't become inaccessible. That is another problem we have in Africa. We connect scarcity to value. Do you know why we have not substantially been able to solve our oil problem in Africa? Because the way most business people know how to make profit is not through innovation but through crooked means. Did you hear what I'm saying? Let me make you understand what I just said. That's why I told you there are things I can't say up here. This one is uncensored too. I didn't censor it. Yes, student sought lecturer. Don't ask me for their name. because you did not hear me say it. You had me in the spirit realm. Students leave the lecturer for grades. It happens on this campus. We'll get there in a moment. Are we together? Values. So you must just make up your mind right now that if you will get to that future that you have seen, there are no two ways to it than sacrifice. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Say sacrifice. Sacrifice. Take this down quickly. Time is a measure. Let me quickly ask you. I ask most times when I'm having this kind of conversation. Who knows the SI unit of force? I know you just finished down, so the thing should still be hot on your head. SI unit of force. Newton, right? SI unit of power. What? SI unit of energy. Who knows the SI unit of life? Who knows? Who knows the SI unit of life? Well, if this was an exam and that was the only compulsory question, all of you are coming back next year. You are wrong. God. Good. Sacrifice. No. Who knows? I'll take you out to ShopRite by yourself if you get it. Because when I say I will take you out, I say you take by yourself. And I'll give you my ATM card. I pray I have enough money there. Time and choice. Truly, your life is measured by your investment in time based on your choice. When everybody dies, the weight. How many of you have been to the graveyard of recent? You had cause to be there. In Africa, we demonize the graveyard, death. All right, so I've not been there too in a while because I have more business with the living than with the dead. I pray you won't ever have to have more business with the dead than with the living. Don't blame me. I talk more to younger people, not old people. If you talk more to older people, eventually when you hear they are dead, you have to go. But the people I'm speaking to, they are not people that they are planning to die in the next 50, 90 years. Am I talking to you? So that's why I've not been visiting. Well, if you Google right now, of which you don't need to, in every capstone there is, for instance, 1901, then there is a small iPhone to maybe 2004 or 2010 or 2023. Are we together here? Are we together here? Please, in case you need to move out, help maximize the movement so we don't get distracted. Thank you. Are you getting value so far? Are you? You wish you were somewhere else? All right, good. Thank you. Please celebrate yourselves. Do you know the meaning of that iPhone? Do you know the meaning of that iPhone? Who knows? It's German. Those of you in biology, you know German. So thing just then they will put dash and they will continue. You see it in Bio 101, German. So it's a German question. That means on every capstone, you know what a capstone is now, right? That stone that they put on the graveyard or gravesite or burial site is a German question. Do you know the answer? Time and choice. Someday, if Jesus coming tarries, you will have a capstone. And a young man will work up there. We only see 2 years. 2010 or 2001, whenever you were born, till the day that you died. And it's a German question that has a simple answer. Unfortunately, the answer intentionally is let's coded because it's not meant for everybody. But in this case, the answer is time and choice. I'm asking you right now, and I'm telling you that that is the eventual weight of your life on this side of eternity. If you want to know how much you are weight, or how much you weigh, it's not by getting a weight balance and standing and saying you are 50 kg. That's a lie. That's not your weight. Your true weight is your investment in time based on the choices that you make. So in case you didn't realize that when you gain admission, it was an invite to come increase your weight. So I'm asking you, in the next 5 years, how much will you be weighing? How much will you be weighing in the next 5 years? Will you be a lightweight or a heavyweight? Time and choice. We'll get there in a moment. Excuse me. Time is the SOWN. I've said that already, right? Recap. And time is a rewarder. I always share this with people. I hope you know that in Futa, most people work from 8 to 4 or 5. Am I right? But are they paid the same thing? Are they? Why? They're not paid because of their age, though. Neither are they paid because of their stature. They are not even paid because of their connection. Really, in a sane and ID system, this is the concept of salary or any form of remuneration. Are we together? You are paid for your time now based on the aggregate investment you have made in time in the past. Can we say that? Say, you are paid for your time now. I can't hear you say, I'm paid for my time now based on the aggregate investment I've made in my time in the past. So somebody comes to work just twice in a week, and anytime it comes like that, you pay him 5 million naira each day. And when I said it comes twice in a week, when it comes twice, at the specific time it's coming, you call them consultants, right? He says to this hospital, I will come by 9 to 12. Then the other hospital will tell them by 12:30 to 3 hours. His idea is to ensure that he covers 5 hospitals, 3 hours each, and is gone. And each hospital he steps into, either he sees people attend to or not. 5 million naira is already, in fact, they pay it before he comes. But there is a medical doctor too in that hospital who complains. It's not fair. Even the government has not paid us. My other, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I know you are wearing lab coats too. And I know you also use stethoscope on your neck. But this man didn't pay 5 million naira just for coming to the hospital. He's not being paid that amount of money because they like him. They are paying him that much because they need him. And why do they need him? They need him because of his past investment in the time. So listen to me. Don't fight what is coming to you today. Did you hear me? Don't. About speakers, talk about how that somebody gave them a brand new car on their birthday and they never expected it. About speakers, talk about how that somebody sent them a super expensive whatever, or somebody handed over to them a key to a mansion and they were super excited about that. Can I tell you the truth? Can I tell you the truth? You should ask who those speakers were speaking to and for how long they've been speaking to them. So if I look at myself today and say, hey, nobody has sent me a car yet, that means I must be failing. No! I'm looking at the face at which the people I'm talking to are in. Are you listening to me? Let me give you an instance. If you talk to secondary school students and you are complaining that all your mates who are mentoring graduates, they have been invited to at least 69 weddings this year. You have not attended any wedding. You know you're a fool. You didn't get the gist. And you also complain that you have not been given the privilege of giving a child a name. So I'm asking you, is it the secondary school student you are ministering to that you want them to be impregnated and you attend their naming? Did you get my point? I want to encourage some of you here, if it feels as if the reward that you think you desire or deserve is not coming, remember the law of seek time and harvest. You will need, please, I want to confirm if those who attended, if we have their names down, right? Do we? All right, please ensure that you put down your name. I want to know, yes, I know many of you are on the platforms, but I want to be sure that if you attended, your name is in the list. Sister, please make sure you put down your name before you go, all right? Yeah, thank you. By the way, I have good news for you. This is more like a funnel, basically. This is more like a funnel. We have a fellowship. It's not your regular kind of fellowship on campus, all right? It's not even on campus. It's called Young Visionaries Fellowship. We meet on Sundays 3:30 to 6:30, all right? It's in town. So how do you get there? Quite simple. We have buses who pick up people, for free, from Southgate or Northgate, every Sunday by 2:50 p.m. If you love yourself, and I'm sure you do, you just want to attend once, then decide if you will come again. I think that's a good way to do an advert. Attend once, then decide if you will come again. We don't invite people twice. If you attend once and you decided not to come, it's either you have something holding you back or you have a problem. Yeah, I'm able to say what I just said. And that problem is that the devil does not want you to come again. If I may share a testimony with you of recent, some of those attending, there was a little issue in your church. The pastor was like, hey, where are you guys going to? You're not just going, you're even inviting young people. And they are getting there. So, can I have this to it? The parents of this person was sacked from the workforce of the church. I'm sharing, I think I should just quickly do this. Now, that is how much the thing was hard. They suspended them from the workforce. Like, how can you have a child? So, because I so much care about, those who attend. In fact, I didn't want issues. I wanted them to know this guy is not going to a party. He's God's presence he's coming to too. So I went to the church, and when I saw the way their supposed youth leader spoke, Brother Joseph should do discipleship successfully for that brother. So eventually, I met the dad, and the dad offered to even bring me back home that night, and we got talking. Guess what? The dad personally told me, do you mind if we can train you to do what you do? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I just said? The dad said, could you train me to do what you do? Because I plan living so place, so time, and my intention is to go and do what you are doing with other younger people. And I'm so excited. I'm intentionally excited, and I'm saying this because the person I'm talking about is here. The person told me that the dad says, anytime you want to go, You are free to go. But don't let them know that you are going. Did you see that? Please put your hands together for her. The person I'm talking about is not even an undergraduate yet. But she came all the way to be a part of this summit. You can tell how some people secondary school, university experience will be like. I'm not looking at that, so you don't know what I'm talking about. If I look at you too much, you are the one I'm talking about. It's not you. So you notice I've not quoted any scripture today. It's intentional because this is not a church meeting. So as I round up on time, let me teach you 3 things you can do to maximize time. Can I share with you in a moment? 1, budgeting. Say that, everybody. No. Budgeting time or planning time. I said budgeting. But I thought budgeting is a term that is affiliated with money. Yes, because time is money. Were you not told? Were you not told? Time is money. If you disagree, raise up your hand. Well, in case you disagree, let me prove it to you. That when your parents got excited that they got employed, do you know what somebody did? Actually, nobody employs nobody. What employers do is to buy your parents and pay them for agreeing to sell themselves for the price they have agreed to sell themselves. I know you are hungry right now. You want to stand up and leave. But it's the truth. When you say, I just got employed, it does not matter who employed you, they bought you. While I told you while starting that every one of us have 24 hours, it's a general truth but not a specific truth. Dangote does not have 24 hours. If it does, they won't make the money he's making. Dangote has 24 hours plus 8 hours the least times the number of the people working for him. So employment is a system to buy people's life, to help you do your life while you pay them to appreciate them. And if they are smart enough, they better find something else to do with their life when they are done being bought by you. Because eventually their life will become what they have invested those other time to do. Did you hear what I just said? Straight concept, right? Can I say it one more time so it can sing? I will. Employment is not anybody doing you a favor. If it is so, employees will get more pay than managers. There are CEOs who don't even show up in their company for 2-3 months, and their managers are the one in charge. Am I right? And things work well. If you look at the number of hours you commit rigorously to work, it does not equate what you are paid, especially if you are doing a government job. So what then is the validation behind working? I will tell you. So look at me. I have a company. I produce, let's say, bread. I want to be as simple as possible. It takes me 3 hours to produce 50 bread alone. 6 hours to produce 50 bread. Or 50, is that loaf? Is it loaf? Is it loaf? 50 loaves of bread, yeah. But I wanted to expand the market so that I can reach more people. So you know what I do? I then say, I have vacancy for how many? If truly employment problem is what I want to solve, why didn't I employ 50? And start paying them 50,000 naira. And even if the business does not produce their salary, I just go get it anyway and pay them. Since I want to help them to be able to feed their family. Is that what happens? Nah, this is what happens. Although I know that bakery work should be done by 6 people, I will only employ 1. And I will tell the person he will be working Mondays to Sunday. When you ask, how much will I pay him? I will tell him I will give him 20,000 naira. I'm telling you what they pay those who work in the bakery. So I'm not mincing words. Once they start working, when I was the only one producing bread, the monthly profit is, let's say, about 17,000, 7,000. Now that he's working, he's working for money, so I drive in. We increase our monthly profit to about 200,000. So guess what I do? I pay myself first. Before I used to pay myself 20K. I'll pay myself 40 now because I'm the owner of the business. I'm showing you what happens, the evil that happens in the private sector. The guy that is the reason why we are now eating 200K, I will tell him that because he tried. In fact, I will tell him I'm not going to pay him for the first 3 months. Why? Probation. You didn't do it in companies or not? Answer me. You didn't do it. First 3 months, you won't be paid. The 3rd month, they will not pay. By the 3rd month, we have made 600K. I paid myself. I will now give him how much? I will give him 60K out of 600K. That's 10% of the profit. And I will now tell him that if he works more, I will give him salary increment. Guess what salary increment is? 3,000 naira. Then I will tell him that anytime he finish working, he can take 2 bread, the biggest size we produce, per day and eat it. Then on special events like Easter and Christmas, or all those Muslim holidays, he is free to take 2 big loaves of bread for his family. Have I tried? Most people work in those systems and they have been working there for the past 20 years. The first amount they were paid was 10,000 naira. Right now, the highest they have ever been paid is 40,000. But the company they started with the CEO is now making not less than ₦1 million per week. Will you invest now into your time? Because the day you say you want to apply for a job, I'm telling you that what they will pay you is your aggregate investment in your time. I hope you know it is not everybody that they tell how much they want to pay. Do you know? Do you know? Now, in case you will go the route of getting a job after university, because it's something the university never does. The university prepares you to be a graduate, but they don't prepare you to be employed. At least our current academic curriculum. That is why in the head of every student, there is a disconnect between the industry they are being trained for and the theory they are being taught in class. And preparing your heart so that you don't say you are not told and you enter into frustration. You see, all the lab class that is running Futarians mad and Python, if only they knew what Python has been used to produce in real life, you will love Python and you will even want to have one living in your house with you. All those mathematical models that people are cramming and they are frustrated with, if they knew the application and the current market value of mastering that. Do you know that a particular course can be all you will act on to become all that God wants you to become in life? Just one course. They taught you everything. Your transcript said you pastor, but after graduation, you already knew that these aspects of our course, and you go on, you start finding out how. Those who do this, and when do they do their conferences, you get in, you ask those who are already, deep rooted in it, what do they do? When are they doing their conference? Do they have a professional exam? Do they have a student body and things like that? Before you know what is happening, while you are still in 300 level, you already have 4 certifications that the professors in your department, it doesn't, you don't have. Did you hear what I'm saying? I don't know who I'm talking to. That by the time you're in 400 level, that body wants to do a program for Futa, and you are one of the speakers, and all your lecturers in your department are seated, and your HOD mandate that if anybody in your department misses it, you should forget about result that semester. And guess what? They thought you are also a student until it's time for a list of the things to do list, right? You have it in accounting, you call it to buy list. But I'm asking you to budget your time. Because when you use the word budget, you know that once you budget money for something, you can divert it, right? Usually, most of us, we do 10% of this and we get 10% of results. You know what you do? You do it in your head, and that's why it never works. So today, I have 6 classes. I want to go and greet my friend Shaya at Southgate. I've said there's one we're going in sport. That's Southgate I've been talking about. When you are in another level, you want to taste everything they are selling. Maybe not buy poison. Because when your friends are talking, no, have you eaten with this rice? I've been there. Say their food's not even good. Say, wow. Have you been here? You remember Sule's story? Sule Gwira. Alright, so rather what you should do is this. Before you sleep, sit down and list everything you need to do the next day. When you're done listing them, are we together? Ask yourself, what is the 70% that if you don't do before that day is over, your day is going to be miserable? I didn't say the 40%. I didn't say the 20%. I said the 70%. Remember that you don't have 24 hours because you need to sleep. Am I right? So that's what I do. I confess to you that sometimes I don't do it because somehow some of these things have become integrated to me automatically. I'll teach you some of the systems that I use that have helped me to be effective, but sometimes I fight myself because I relapse. Alright? So the first thing you do is when you list those 70 things, apparently you're a student, so attending lectures should be a part of it, right? Good. Can I teach you something? It's something bad. I'm telling you, everybody's following online. VC may even be joining online. What I'm about to teach you is bad. Don't just leave home and attend every lectures. Especially if you belong to my tribe. Which tribe? I'm not a Yoruba man. So don't think that tribe is what I'm talking about. I'm actually a Yoruba man. But I'm not referring to that tribe. If you're a believer, we usually have capacity to know things before they happen. So for instance, sometimes as a student, you can know that a lecture will hold. So you don't leave the hostel. I say it's bad, but it's good if you know it well. Sometimes when you go to such classes, it can literally ruin your entire day. So God says there's no class today, sit back and read. But always put safety things. So tell your friend who goes to all classes, say if the lecturer enters, please call me. Because usually most lectures in Futa is 2 hours. In between when the lecturer enters, when he calls you, you cannot be late. And make sure you are already baited. Did you hear what I'm saying? So if they call you lecturer is around, before they start writing attendance, it's a lab class. They can't fill attendance before you enter. So in 30 minutes, max you will miss 30 minutes of the lecture. I'm teaching you something. So let me show you how I did it as a master's student. Me, I've advanced in my own. Anytime I have outreach in secondary school, once I carry my bag, I'll tell my classmates, we are done for today. So they say, we still have 2 lectures. The lecturers, they say they are not coming. I say, I'm not in class, they cannot come. And when I go like that, and I can come back around to, hello guys, how far? I will meet everybody, they are still gisting. Apparently the last bio 80 something that I saw on the board, or maybe 828. Is what is it there? I said, guys, we didn't have lectures. They said the lecturers did not come. So I think over time they paid attention that really when I say that lecturer cannot hold, it's not holding. In fact, then I'm still working in Ondo. There was a very funny scenario. I said, no lecturer is permitted to enter the class until I'm inside. And for many days, you will see lecturers go enter. They are sweating. Sorry, I got a little delay. I'll just be laughing. It's not delay, it's me. It's me. I come up, sir. Thank you, Cook. Thank you, Cook. I just showed you that you are not just a student. And that if it happens that you have critical things to attend to that will advance your life, and you think you don't want to miss that class, you can shift it. Have I taught you something? So I say it's bad, Abby. The day you need to use it, please don't forget. We have shifted tests to like that. But can I advise you that anytime you are coming for every class, make sure you are prepared for the test for that class. I've shown you the other side, that there are days that, God, that you know I really tried last night, but this test cannot hold this morning. And it will not hold. You have counseled tests like that. Now, remember the first thing I said, you belong to my tribe. There was one program I think we had, then I was in 200 level. He's the current lecturer in my family. When he says a lecture is holding, just know he will come. There's nothing you want to do. I said this class is not holding. It was practical class. And you know practical is compulsory now. It has to hold. We can share class. So they started. First, school light went off. They went to go and carry departmental jet. It did not work. I just did like this. I shook my head. I told my friend, I said, we're looking at them. So they needed to use projector. They went to go and carry the projector. Eventually, the projector did not work with the laptop. Then I think it was then the light went off. They had to climb, even though BCH, they had to go climb to go and bring out the gen. So they brought the generator and started it. And everything was seemingly perfect until they connected the laptops. And the laptop did not function. So, at some point, when they brought the gen, I was like, go not far. So I just put my head, on the lap slab. I just had class dismissed. Not that wrong. I didn't teach you something to shift your classes. I'm teaching you that all the people that you are seated together in your class, they are not all normal. If I can shift class with my words, other people may come from the other side who has capacity to shift things. So if you are here, for you, church is boring. Jesus is a distraction and a complex system that wastes your time. This was where I was seated when I was in 100 level. This particular 1, 2, yes, here. In ETF. And as I slept, I wanted to wake up. I could not wake up. They were pressing me. I used to hear it. I did not know that that's I wanted to shout. I could not. So when I forced myself to, I said, what was that? So I wanted to confirm if it was what it is. So I laid down again. And I saw it coming. So I stood up. I said, okay, so you guys are around. I did not know. You did not tell me. So I stood up. That day you think I'm mad. I trekked all the way up to the back. I stood. I said, if you guys are ready, I said, don't come when I'm sleeping. I said, let's face one on one. I went like that. I came down. I came out like this. I said, where are you guys? Come. It was in the dead of night. I said, come. So let's do this thing back to back. And I came back and I slept till the next morning and I carried my bag. I went back to Akure upstairs. So if you want to the devil's side, I say continue. They will only press you down. They will carry you. I hope you are getting value. So when you list the things you need to do, the next thing is, don't just leave it as a to-do list. And this is where you compress time. An activity that should last. So let me give you a typical scenario for a student. Wake up in the morning, do your quiet time, wash plates, wash dirty clothes, all right, complete your notes, read your notes, then trek from wherever you're trekking to before you get to the car park, then get into the class by 8 a.m., right? Good. Then quickly finish one assignment. Either you are doing it by yourself or you intend to drop. Well, if you drop, the way it works is you will only pass the assignment. And usually assignments replicate themselves sometimes as exact questions. So which one would you prefer? To pass the exam question and not do so well in assignment, or to pass assignment that sometimes they never use and fail the question in the exam? What I'm saying is, make it a point of duty to do your assignment by yourself. But sir, have you now seen that all the assignment you did in Futa, you did it by yourself? Nobody actually can say that. Nobody. I say it again. Even your regular first class students, sometimes they say, they talk to the people in their league. Guy, Afa, what are your assignments? So, even if they don't do it by dubbing, they do it together. Did you get my point? We solve the question together, then all of us will now write. Please, make sure that you do your assignments by yourself. Did you hear me? That is why your parent or yourself is paying your school fees, because some of you are the one paying your school fees. So help yourself and help your parent. Mark will be, you know. Alright, so if I were you, you know what I would do? I would just say from 5 to 8 o'clock, go to school. That is how you set up yourself to squander your time. You say 5 to 5:20, this. 5:20 to this time, this. This time to this time, that. I mean, you are allocating specific time, thank you. You are allocating specific time schedule to specific tasks. Are we together? So, let me quickly help you understand this. Yeah. In case you finish a task before the time allotted, what do you normally do? You go on a plane. Say, after all, it's not yet time for the next task. That is how you gain time. Because usually the way your day is designed is that there are tasks that will take lesser than the time you think. There are tasks. Let it start raining now. There are tasks that will take more than the time that you allotted for it. Are we together? So how you maximize for those times is by, once you finish a task, what do? Move to the next, move to the next, move to the next, move to the next. And before you sleep, go back to your list and ask how much of an investor that day you are. In case there is a critical task you didn't do you know the next thing to do? Start it as the first few tasks you do the next day. If you do this for 3 months, you will love your life and you will love the kind of young man you are becoming. So somebody has a question, sir, but there are days when I've already planned my time this way. They just said one class, one makeup practical, one makeup class just showed up. That is why you are the one that designed that timetable, not the devil, not even God. So what you quickly do, are we together now? When you're driving, if you drive here, or you've been in a car being driven before, if you're using Google Drive, not Google Drive, Google Maps, and you are to drive through a road but the road is blocked, what will it do? There is opportunity to what? To reroute, right? It will connect you to alternative routes. So what you simply do is pick up your pen and say, okay, so I thought I'll be free from 2 to 4, but they said that Henry lecturer is coming and he said, don't mind them, all of them will be boboling you now. Any single thing, they will ask all of you to write your attendance that they don't use. But please attend class, so don't say I'm the one giving you good tests. So you know the next thing to do? is that sit down, and from the time the disruption came up, are you getting what I'm saying? Redesign the day. Usually what you then do is you can cut the time allotted for some of those activities short. So somebody says, sir, why is it important to add the time? I'll tell you in a moment. If I plan that I want to move from here to where the speaker is in 3 hours, how do I move? Sister, how are you doing? Why did you never sit all alone? Are you sure you joined them here now? I like your top, yellow. Yellow used to be my best color when I was in secondary school. But I was in purple house. And your gown is long. Where did you make your hair? From home. From home. Hope you have chosen another hairdresser. Hey, I even like your smile. Do you know why I did that? My budget is 3 hours. Why is this brother sitting like this? You need to eat. So who put these batteries there now that is not working? What I'm about to say, I want to bring a principle out for you. Don't miss what I'm about to say now. This is why you must be very careful who is your friend on campus. Did you remember that I said I will get there? And I bet with you, by the time is 3 hours, you meet me here. Have I achieved my goal? Have I? I have. But do you know that I can get from here to here in 5 seconds? Am I right? That's why on campus, you don't just choose friends based on destination. You also choose friends based on the urgency of getting to the destination. Has that helped you? Has that helped you? Because some people know they will make first class, but in 400 level. Some, they want to start from 5.0, from 100 level. Both will go to 9 class, isn't it? So why the first one will get to class and first greet everybody? He's not even planning to be governor of the school, but he's the one campaigning for the school governor. He walks all the way and greet everybody. Everybody knows his name. Everybody knows the secondary school and son name. He will even come here while everybody's reading. He will play joke. Say, guy, don't worry. Say, this book, are you little? He said, we cannot care. Say, this first class in this upper. Say, we'll have it. I can start pointing to you. So, who did he even finish from Futa? Can I quickly help you? I hope you know it's not everybody attending your class that is a student. I said, it's not everybody attending 100 level class that is admitted. Do you know? At least Tola was not admitted. And she claimed to be in biology department. We even took her into the fellowship. She was in the fellowship secretariat. I was asked to mentor her. Auntie, she broke the safe of Mama's cord in the fellowship. Who did this? Blackberry was stolen. Then one time like that, it was during the break, we went somewhere. By the time we came back, secretariat had been broken. I tracked him anyway, and we found out that she was the one. It was then that we knew she's been stealing all about and all of that. And she was not a student. She was rusticated from ADN. And she ran to Futa to come and ghost as a student. So please note that. Alright? So that's something to do. Now, another critical tool that can help you is your alarm. Are we together? So let me teach you what to do to also track time. Set alarms or to do alarms, not just for tasks. Set it to gauge your day. Chances are that if you stay a bit longer here, you will start hearing different alarms popping up from this side. You can tell they came with me. Most of them have alarm for 9 a.m., 5. You know, it's always funny anytime we have an all-night program. You just start hearing people's phone buzzing. Right, Emmanuel? You just hear somebody's phone come up by 5 a.m., some 6 a.m., some by 3 a.m. We do that because we use it to track time. Has it happened to you before that you just check, it's 4 o'clock. If it happened to you, you are not living home. If you just remember that you have a wristwatch, and that's when you remember a sport clock, you have a problem. You should be able to tell at any moment what the time is. Someone says, sir, you don't even have a wristwatch. Yes. The band snap is all this digital, not replaced it. But usually because of my alarm system, I can tell that, oh, the last time it rang was 12. So I can tell you the time should be about 1 to 2 now. That helps you to guard your day. Are you getting what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm saying? For instance, if you have not really done much in a day, and you see 12 o'clock alarm comes up, you tell yourself, wow, it's 12 o'clock. What have I done today? Before you are saying, okay, I will do something 3. Half of the day is gone, right? So it helps you. You can pick up the rest in the material I said I will share with you later. Have we learned something about time? Okay, so let's talk about academics in a moment. Let's talk about academics. I'll be raw about this and I won't sound touche. If you don't know how to cram in Futa, your chances of having first class has already been reduced by about 30%. Did you hear what I just said? I've told you it's on sensor flip. If I said it in that where all they'll come and collect microphone from me, but I'm telling you on sensor flip. Nobody really in Futa passes without cramming. Everybody only causes what they do differently. I've taught people this and that's produced many first class students. So it is what I've used. I've seen the results in different departments. So I'm not just teaching you something from the micro lens of a biologist. Are we together? Are we together? And do me a favor, whatever I'm teaching you, tell your friends also. This teaching is being recorded. We are live also. They can get the video. We are not data buoyant. The recorded version will be edited and uploaded on our Telegram page, so you can follow and just listen. Then I have some other series I've thought about. There was a time I was invited to Futa Radio to talk on preparing for exams. All those series will help your academics. That's why I'm not pressured with time, alright? Let me just, the ones I know you need now, I'll just give it to you. So I said, everybody cram, but they call it different things. But this is the kind of cramming you must not do. How many of you have crammed before? And you forgot just one word, and that made a mess of the entire thing you crammed. Raise up your hand. You're a terrible crammer. That is the worst way to cram. Cramming is bastardized, but really the word is memorization, or to commit something to memory. Are we together? Number one, let me quickly burst on this. Please, I cannot keep myself. I don't know how to cram more. All through my secondary school, only God knows how I even pass. And T is a lie. In Futa you will cram, and you will know how to cram. There is nothing you cannot learn to do. Some people, this is how they cram. What they need to cram, they will put it by their wall in the room. Every morning when they wake up, they see it, they walk away. By the time they see that consistently for 3 days, it has already stopped. Some people, as the lecturer is writing notes or dictating, you call them and say they have photographic memory. Some people, as they are flipping through the handouts or the material, they will forget. Some people, they will have to sit down and carry notes. There was one of those days when I went to greet some of our team members during the exam, and I saw one sister, she carried it like this. To everything there is a season, a time to every purpose under the earth. To everything there is a season, a time. That is somebody's strategy. I want to quickly help your life. There are no two persons in Futa who have two equal strategies for success. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? So don't think because you are not using what somebody else is using that you are doing it wrong. You've got to know what works for you. I cracked the idea that reading overnight before exam is a waste of time as an undergraduate. For me, But listen, if I have a test tomorrow morning, I will read at night. It will stick. Number two, it does not matter how much I've read. If the devil wants to do me, let me just sleep. And it's 8 a.m. paper. I should now wake up from the sleep to go and write the exam. If I have the best results, I will have B. For me to have my A, I read into the exam. The thing must be fresh. And as I enter like this, connect script. You know, table tennis, I serve them hot. They brought it up and we serve them hot. And by the time I'm done, I don't look back. I can almost tell what I had in the course. Sometimes I'm writing, I'm doing like this, people hand like this. I even select the kind of pen I use for exam. I don't use big. I'm not the marketing demo. I use all those eleganza type. Those pens, it's sharp now, that the ink flows well. To even help me, I will remove the crown, remove it so that the pen will be light and my handwriting will be big. Pour everything. When I'm done, I'll do like this. My father. Can I shock you? If I want to write the exam in the morning, if it rains that night, I must wear pullover to the exam, or else I may not pass well. Because if I'm cold, the rate at which I bring back what I've read is low. You would think it was my brain that was put in the freezer. I'm showing you things I grew to learn. So, university is an opportunity to observe, discover, then manage your strengths and your weaknesses. Are you getting what I'm saying? Meanwhile, I know the likes of Timmy. I don't know how they do it. They start going to class from the first day. They do night class every day. And guess what? Once it's exam time, you don't see the class again, right? Some of those guys, exam time, if you use yourself to compare, they will finish your life. They will come to night class now. They come for two purposes: to come and watch movie and download stuff with Futa net data. Then in case there are unserious students who are just trying to catch up, they will help them with tutorials. Or there are mid-serious students who need help, they will just help them, and when they are done, they will just go back. Exam morning, you see them, they can even go and play game. And when it's 30 minutes to the exam, they will just take their data and just take everything with calculator, and they will just enter. And even you, that you are going to have say in the course, you are pitying them. How can somebody be on serious like this? This kind of exam that I did not sleep overnight. You are watching film. And by the time the result came out, the guy had 92. You that you are the most serious. Your C-self, it was grace, it was 50. So I cancelled night class for me. If I will ever read at night, yeah, it was here during masters. I was coming from home for my masters for the larger part of the time. My mom told me, said, "This masters is not this hard. You are the one taking it out." I always ask her, which one did you do? Biology department. Because you saw the way I was reading. But me, once I'm tired, I will shut down the book and sleep at home. So there was one wicked course like this. We had the next morning. I said, the way everybody's talking about this course, so somebody should not go and blow and read alone. So I said, I will join these guys and read night class. It was each year. Usually when undergraduate are done with exams, that's when postgraduate starts. So school is a bit scanty. I was already tired. I wanted to sleep. Me, I will rest. When my brain, the battery is full again, I will read. I saw these guys did not read. They were chewing gum, taking coffee, walking about. I said, God, is this what these people go through to read every night? And when the first semester result came out, I was thinking, did you hear what I said? I did not do all that, and I was thinking, in 4th semester. That day I went back, I said, God, I am grateful for the things that you have done. Sometimes you don't value the strength you have. While I was in secondary school, I had a friend. Me, if you know all those, may you not have them as friends. There is 10 minutes to enter an exam, or you see some material in their hand. They say, is it material for next semester or for this same course? Is it for this course? Say, did they share it? I don't know. It's they share the things. And you have it. You guys don't understand. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes it's not just 2 pages. It can be this thick. You now see 50 diagrams. Say they taught us this one. He said, yes, they taught us. He said, no, they did. He said, the man said, that day we messed up in class. He said, that is classwork. And he said, if we like it or not, he said, 3 out of his 6 questions is coming out of him. Well, if I get that kind of handout, 1 hour to exam, forget it. It's not too late. It's not. The only thing is, I'll just run to one corner, lock up myself. But it is empty sheet of paper that will suffer you. I will not get sheet of paper. I will this same way I'm doing. Open leg like this. But don't talk to me. Once I enter the exam hall, I just go trace 1, 2, 3, your father. That's the first thing I do when I'm done. I will now signal to them, say, thank you. You're a lifesaver. But if it is somebody else, he will say, I don't know if you saw this, I just saw it now. Say, well, don't bother. Nothing can enter again now. The wound I've read, God will bless it. Do you have friends like that here? So, now listen to me. I'm showing you that people have different retentive speed, right? Right? Our retention speed is different. So, in secondary school, I had a friend. Guess what? This is my friend. Anytime we are preparing for exam, me, I'm done reading in 30 minutes. You sit here, I'll go to class. I almost mentioned his name now. This person is sitting, I'll go back and check him. I sat for now. As if I can say, give me some, let me help you to read. You know you can't read for people. I'm not saying it's okay, it's okay. Duku said, don't worry. He said, just be going. He said, when they are about to start, he said, come and call me. But you know what? Usually some of those people, ask them 3 years after what they read, they say no. Sometimes some people have quick assimilation but not strong retention. Some have delayed assimilation but strong retention. Are you getting what I'm saying? So understand yourself. That's why there's nothing like, I come to night class too, at least at masters I still do a bit before exams. But this is what I do. When we come to night class, once we enter, I say, guys, how far? Yeah. Okay, I'll come. Alright, that's it. I'll carry my kaya. I'll go and sit there and read there. When I'm done and I've saturated, I can now stand up and say, guys, what is happening? Show flow. Say, go, you have finished reading. Say, I'm not finished, I just came to greet you guys. Hey, this one, do you understand this one? And as I'm reading, I'm using one hand to look at my corner there. Because phones are not the only things they steal on campus. They steal notes too. They steal handouts and laptop and bags. The disadvantage of coming to class and reading with your friends is that sometimes you read for 5 hours. No, you actually talk for 2 hours. You read for 3 hours. Did you get my point? So know how to separate between that. And who says you must come to my class? For my 300 level, the bulk of my reading, I read in my room. I would just sit up with my ME board. I didn't discard it. Alright? I'll just put it on my leg and I'll read. And I will read. In fact, it was sweet because most noise makers, they would have gone to night class. By the time they are coming back, it will be in the morning. You'll be hearing, they'll be making noise. Where's your door? They will come back. Me, I'm done reading. So by the time they are back, they will see me sleeping and they will say, "Yeah, this one, you will just sleep for the rest of your life." They went to class to go and sleep home. You will see when you start, you have not started, you will see some people, they won't bring blanket to night class. Yes. So why sometimes then it's important to stay with your friend while you come to class to read is because it's almost hard for all of you to sleep at the same time. In case somebody wants to steal your stuff. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's the advantage. And those of you who come to night class to come and read, but your priority is charging. I had a counsel for you. Are you ready for it? It is better to have a phone with a flat battery in your hand than to have a phone fully charged that you are trying to track. Have I helped somebody here? Alright, so that's 1, 2. As much as you can, make sure you write your notes by yourself. Alright? Make sure you write your notes by yourself. 2, if anything happens and you're unable to write your notes, maybe because you are not feeling well. 2, you didn't hear the lecturer, probably because you are disadvantaged based on your sitting position. There is always one serious student. I pray for you here that you won't be the serious student during lectures, but it will reflect on the board when your result is pasted in Jesus' name. I know people like that. They have good handwriting. Their diagram will be complete. In fact, it is their notes first class student photocopy to our first class. But they 4. If there is 4th class, that's their result. And usually it's because there is no reward for the student who attended all the lectures. There is no reward for the student who wrote all the notes. The only thing, and that's the weakness in the university systems of rewarding hard work. The university only rewards what you are able to input during tests, during practicals, and during exams. So if you are on serious during class, on serious, even with some assignment, you just copy or ask somebody to write for you. It's mass, so sometimes people don't know if somebody wrote for you. But during tests, you quickly read. Exam, you read. You can still have your good grades. Why? The only thing that is graded is what? Is your performance. This is now the downside. The downside is the person who is coming to class every time, who is consistent. Futa may not reward him on the sheet, but life will reward him. Because that practice of diligence, always showing up, punctuality, eventually when he graduates and he gets a job, soonest or sooner or later, they will notice him, especially when he's now working in a place where they are not promoting people on the basis of your academic acumen or prowess. Rather, they are rewarding people based on their productivity. Are you getting what I'm saying? This is why most times really bright students, you don't find them doing well, most of them after campus. But the ones you thought is on 2-2, the one you said is on 2-1, is the one. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? Because really, cheat on life. You can't cheat on life. Every investment every one of us have made in life, we will repeat. Yeah. Are we together? So I hope you got the balance. Make sure you write your notes by yourself. Make sure you draw those diagrams by yourself. And never make this mistake of saying, it will not come out. It's too complex. Some of these things I'm sharing with you, I'm sharing for my pain. It cannot come out. That man cannot bring this one out. Now that it has come out in the exam, bro, what will you do about it? Don't forget, you don't just have 5 senses, you have the 6th sense. I'll share a sad story with you. Are you ready for the sad story? Are you ready for the sad story? So I've been born again since I was 11. So I know what it means for God to lead me, to speak with me, or to speak to me. And I know that God is interested in my academics. But probably when I got into 100 level, I felt, he's not really interested to in my undergraduate. So I remember my chemistry 102 test and exam. God told me many exams. He told me the specific year passed. I was not paying attention. I don't know what happened to me. I was distracted that day. Just mentioning years randomly that I should go and solve the past question. There was no question that year that came out. There was not one, not in this past question. Verbatim. You know, if I did not see, so when I had that exam, I looked at the question, I looked at my life. I said, sure, you know it's not the devil doing you now. You are the full doer of thyself. So can I beg you, do not trivialize your sixth sense all through your journey on this campus. About moments I'm reading, I know some of these things may sound spooky. I'm not just a man. Did you hear me? I've been reading before an insert fetched on my note. And I wanted to shoo it off and say, that's not a coincidence. Pay attention. Yeah. Can I introduce you to something else? Can I? This is not occultism. By the way, let me quickly open. I told you I came here for his concept. So, my audience is not a general audience. Most people who smash their A's on this campus don't do it ordinarily. I know a sect in this school. They read with demons. When they cry, they don't forget because they really don't remember. Because when they enter exam hall, demons tell them again what they have read. So you that you're a Christian, sit there and put your Holy Ghost in your fellowship. Did you hear me? I'm saying that when he said, if you're in biology department, you know all those wicked names. Names that you read, but you have to forget. Because even the name wants to be forgotten. Because if the name does not want to be forgotten, why is it this difficult? Sacomastigophona. If you combine three, they will think you are speaking in tongues. And one of those days I was writing the exam and I forgot. They didn't pay me. So I remember that he said he will guide you into all truth and he will remind you all the things that you have been taught. So the Holy Spirit does two things for a Christian student. One is either a reminder if you read, a comforter if you refuse to read and you fail. You say, my son, I will teach you to read better next time. Let it go. But if you read well, come on, Holy Spirit. There have been times that it literally took me. So you must understand that He wants to journey with you while you're in class. Are we together? He wants to journey with you as you read. So how do you read as a Futarian? Number one, you don't read just by flipping notes. Please know that what I'm saying, what I'm about to teach you now, may be a bit personality specific, but you can still have something to learn from it. One, when you open your notes have two sides. There is a skeleton and there is a flesh. The skeleton part is what gives your notes meaning. In fact, if you are really super smart, if you can master or commit to memory the skeleton, you can still have a good book. The lecturer will just conclude that you are not good with English. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because usually during Germans, the skeleton is what they are looking for. So how do I mean? To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. Two is not important. Everything is not important. But when you say to everything there is a season, that's a complete statement. It is wholesome. It's something that is examinable. Did you get my point? What I call skeleton is the part of your note that is examinable. I hope you know no lecturer sets questions from everything they have taught you. You don't know. Who knows what I just said? No lecturer examines you from everything he has taught you. He only examines you, or they examine you from the aspects that are examinable. And those are the key points. I'll give you examples of how to know it. Types of, alright, description of, I'm already showing you, dates, names, examples, functions, characteristics. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. Now, when you understand how to separate the coded, things that if you take it out of your note, the note will be useless. Are you getting what I'm saying? The others, they are just conjunction words. So this is what you do when you are writing. Are we together? When you are reading your notes, rather, what you do is to, as you read, isolate skillfully the skeleton out. So let me give you an instance. There are two types of humans. Basically, believers and unbelievers. So how you rewrite your note is this. You write humans dash dash being around the globe in the year 2080. Southeast Asia. Did you see specifics? So you note humans. Now you're talking about believers, right? You note where they were first found, the dates, you just note those things. And that's how you read. So basically what you do is you create a copy of your note, but in a smaller form. That's what you guys buy as key points. What I'm saying is what your intention is to summarize your large note into an important. The idea is that at a glance you can pick any of it, and by reading through you have revised your notes. Commit that one to heart. When you enter the exam hall, you will thank me later. Did you hear that? So after you have done this, the next thing to do to now make reading easy and sweet. You know you have committed the skeleton to heart. So when next you are reading, just pick up your note and just read through. What you're doing is you want to get the central heart of what you're reading. This leads me to two types of reading. Quantitative reading and qualitative reading. Can you say that, everybody? I can hear you. It's quite self-explanatory. Quantitative from the word quantity. Qualitative from the word quality. So what is quantitative reading? Today, may you not deceive your destiny. You didn't say amen. Today I read. How do you mean? I have finished chemistry 101. See, today I have finished it. You say, so what is this? You say, I saw it all. That is your God that has finished it. If it was exam, that is how he will see question. And he will say, and I saw it. And that is what happens when people do quantitative reading. In fact, it's the kind of reading you do at leisure because you just want to intimidate yourself with your notes. Quantitative reading has these characteristics. One, you are able to cover large lump sum of information within a short period of time. The advantage is you are able to remember one or two or three or four things. But they will teach you in GNS different reading skills, skimming through and all of that, glancing through. Are we together? But qualitative reading is what makes first class out of your efforts. What is qualitative reading? This is what it means. We will tap you and we say, bros, financial intelligence, teach me. Then you start. Year 1940. There were three proponents of this theory, this and that. Then you move to the next point. There are four major principles that governs blah 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 blah. Number one, this principle states that enter the exam hall. You have already acclimatized yourself with your notes. Even if they bring application question, yourself and your notes, you are like a smart or master swordman. Your sword like the swordman, all right, or what you call it, swordman, right? Not swordman. Maxman, yes, I think Maxman, something. All right, that's how they tweak the question. This is why for most first class students, they don't complain that time was not enough. It is you that time is not enough for. You know why? The time between seeing the question and saying, where is it to? And I saw something like that too. The guy has finished writing half a page. When they eventually now said to them, oh, it's probably this aspect of the note, you are now looking to those in Fapohunda level. Has it changed? That he expresses himself. Listen to me. In this campus, as of today, I don't know if it has changed. All right? Maybe those who are the back in higher levels, they can. Your lecturer wants to see his notes back to him. Am I wrong? No, those who are listening, am I wrong? I doubt it. I can't be wrong. I know this one well. But not, of course, back to back as if, oh, this was how you wrote it. No. It's okay. Are we together now? So please, what I encourage you then to do is study well. After you have studied well, understand what you are reading. Then commit the rest to memory. Did you get the formula? Study well. Understand the framework of that topic. Then the critical points, commit it to memory, such that you don't need to open your note to remember. If you do this, are we together? Yes, so I think I just covered what I wanted to teach you. Let me ask you, do you have any question? And please, as soon as you can, start preparing for exams. Are you listening to what I'm saying? The precursors of the exams are tests. So how do I know when tests are coming up? Well, it comes this way. We call it in Futa, when you start hearing of tests and rumors of tests, you know that the exam is coming close. Usually, let me tell you this secret. No, an average student does not fail in Futa because you have A in Futa. Your exam is not what gives you A. Your exam only do two things for you. What I'm saying now, you can either take it as the way or see it by yourself in two ways. Through regret or through acknowledgement that wow, it's true. Exam only does two things for Futarians. One, either helps you to consolidate your aim. Did you hear me? Consolidation, I mean, it sits you well on your aim, or it saves you from carryover. The determinant of 80s and 90s is not exam in Futa. It's your continuous assessment. That is why average students, they only get serious close to exams. That is why the best of their effort will deliver them. It can land them in an F. There are people who read well and they fell sick a day to exam. Are you getting what I'm saying? Who you see there, there have been exams I wrote on this campus. After doing the first question in the exam, I knew already had a D. Yeah. Did you hear what I said? 4 questions. 15 marks. 15 times 4. That's what? 60, right? 60. Oh yeah, that call you right. May that be you I'm talking about. By the time you write 1, that's 15 plus 38, that's what? No, that's not close to, I mean a C rather. If you are going to write the exam and you are saying I will not carry over, you are not the one I'm here to talk to. I'm talking about you answering just a question in the exam. Don't now is a compulsory question, that's 20 marks. By the time you are done with that question, you see I already had it. People have 98 in this Futa, they don't have 15 heads. But the secret is your test. Most students don't take tests serious. You know why? Usually test is in between other academic work. Did you get my point? You are still attending lectures and sometimes you have multiple tests the same day. So most students just do tests half-heartedly and they get half-hearted marks. You can imagine out of 40 marks, all right, you are having 10 in CA. Exam is 60. And let me now show you another psychology. Are you ready for it? I'm giving you inside gist. Sometimes this is how lecturers decide that you cheated. It's almost impossible for you to have 5 in test. You now had 58 in exam. Am I helping you? I've marked before. I told you it's on sensor truth. There is a connection between psychology and marking. You don't just mark with marking scheme. Because there are some courses you need to read what the student wrote. While you are checking for the critical points, sometimes some students are not getting the words, but you can tell. You see, if you have not been on this other side, you won't understand what I'm talking about. So can I beg you to do your test well? Prepare for your test like you prepare for exam. Why student and average vegetarian does well? Even the hookup girl in your class, she will remove her eyelashes. She will not bathe for 2 days. She will come to my class and read. Number 2, there is usually 1 week free before exam. They call it lecture free week, right? Although most lecturers will still violate, they will still come and teach you. But usually, an average student have concerted effort in reading. So, they are able to phones and they are recording calls, it will alert the person on the other hand that this call is being recorded, right? Some phones have that feature. So you can say, sir, I can't hear you, can you make it a text message? Have I helped you? The network is not clear. Or was the network clear? The network cannot be clear that day. It has to be shady, it's windy where I am. Sir, are you teaching us to like? The wind of destruction is going towards the direction. That's the wind. It says windy here. So can you make it a text message? What are you trying to do? You're trying to get pictorial evidences. So that when you bring up the case, you have, sir, this is the first. You make the case easy for the panel. And you need to realize that as much as this thing is going on in different departments and faculty, the school knows about it, but until you have concrete evidences, all right, they won't be able to fight it. And this is the bad side of it. If your evidence is not genuine and you bring it up, you have finished your career. So that is why most people who know, they don't want to get involved. You know, some of us, we don't have anything to lose. We are lost off. But before you bring such matters up, are you listening? I'm saying it because in your set, they will have new recruits. God help us in Jesus' name. As I help somebody here, so I want you to walk through the campus knowing fully well that you are not helpless. That is another issue we have had. Most students feel that once they are pointed to like this, they feel they are helpless. No, you are not. There is help for you. Did you hear me? Even my daughter is saying yes. Clap for her. You better clap for her now. She can decide to take her daddy out of this place and there's nothing you will do. All right. I think at this point in time, I want to take a pause. Let me quickly pass a few comments on finance, right? I've talked about time choice, right? Right? I've talked about relationship happening. Let me talk about money. Can I touch this? I'm trying to see how I can make this average. All right, let me just say a few things about money that you need to know. Money is one of the second reasons why students fail on campus. Yeah. If you remove financial burdens from most students, they will go on to do well. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Nothing is as frustrating as coming to class and not knowing where the next meal will come in. There are girls who got raped because they were living in places they should not be living with. The younger brother of the elder brother of the son of the uncle of the auntie that is in Futa and is a male, and she has tried to get accommodation she could not get. I've had many stories on this campus. Say, how do you get dressed? He said, when I want to take my dress off, he said, it will turn. He said, no. Yeah, and that will go on to destabilize that young lady. Imagine somebody now, you are in class, lecturer is empty a sheet of paper, and because you are trying to get something done to make money, the person calling you, if you don't get to Southgate by now, hey, that Agbado will collect Agbado money from you. Interpret it in English. I've been Yoruba. Are you getting what I'm saying? Most students are in class, but we're not in class because finances. Either they have finances. Imagine for students who are even in school and their parents are calling for money. Yeah. She's in school, he's in school. The mom is saying, Shola, if there's any way you can help us, if you have some of your friends who can help us, tell them. Let them know the kind of house you came from. These are realities. There are people that it was instrumental interest based loan that the parents took to pay school fees. And unfortunately, you see some of these students, they come on campus and they will be wearing crocs and boxers and one top and start doing radio around the campus. You know that in university, beating is not part of beating. There are some students personally, I had a personal slap for. They are come, I want to do something. So if this is against university rule, but sincerely you deserve it. So if you tell anybody I slap you, you know I want to help you. So sit down, let's talk. So how do you do this? Number one, settle it in your heart today that there will never be a point in your life when you have all the money you need. Somebody says, then sir, it's because you don't have, you see, there's something I don't like when people don't have money talk about money. Well, I'm a wealthy man. I've just decided that for this season of my life, my money won't be in the things that money can buy or build. Intentionally. We have run trainings around secondary schools that is valued at 20,000 naira, and we did it for free. And sometimes people ask, how do you cope? I've asked, principals ask me questions, how do you fund your organization? And sometimes when you talk to them, you think they will do something instantly. Say, it's been God now. God has been helping us, and blah, 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 blah. There was a time I got angry and I analyzed. I said, do you know from this school? I said, we could have made close to 8 million naira for what we have done in your school. And if I make 8 million naira and I come back and I say, on behalf of Things of Africa, we want to donate 500,000 naira. When next you see me pass, you'll be licking our foot. In fact, you can have our name put on one building. How many people give that much in secondary school? Am I wrong? But we know how we get paid, isn't it? We know how we get paid. So, this is my wealthy man's mic. I don't have widow's mic because I'm not a widow. Neither am I a widower. Number one, once you settle that in your heart, what is that law? The first one is the law of contentment. You can never have enough of money in your life. Sir, if you say that thing again, I will smash my laptop angrily and walk out of this place. No, you think you don't have enough money because of your level. Can I surprise you that if you start collecting 300,000 naira every month as a student, it won't be enough. Say me? My entire life, let me tell you it will happen. You see, all those one skirts that you'll be wearing, something will just tell you this skirt is not befitting for you. The first month, second month, the money will be over enough. You first throw away those old skirts. You will now go and buy the cheap ones. By the time you buy cheap ones, you buy like 6. This money still plenty. After wearing for a while, somebody will tell you, these are your skirts. Where do you get them from? There are other materials. Then all those your friends that used to do advert. Some of you don't know that they are advert you have been seeing now, but you are not seeing. When you open status and you see shoe, all those your friends sending fake materials from China. Some of them are quality anyway. And you see it online. You just say, I like your push. I like your push. Now you like the push. You say, so dress your best. How much you say those skirt and shoes and whatever on shirt? When they tell you, you say, oh, okay. Say, send me one, let me see. When you wear, you say, do you have other variants? When next you just receive stock, you'll be the first you will call. Before you know what is happening, your wardrobe will change. When your wardrobe changes, the next thing that happens is where you go to eat will change. Before, anytime you're hungry in the afternoon, it's 15 naira balls. Just one, and what water you used to buy. And I know how you eat it. You don't throw it in the mouth at once. You take water to step down. Then you eat it. They say, you say you did this month. Is it manna? Say, don't worry. Say, I don't. When you hear people buy Futa bread, that one sold for, is it 50 naira? How much did they sell Futa bread? That's one boy was selling it some minutes ago around here. I say, are you dividing this bread into two? Say, I don't eat much. My dear, it's not that you don't eat much. You know that if you finish this one now, there's no food at night. Are you getting my point? So, all of a sudden, you go there, you buy bonds now, but you buy one. Say, give me 5. Say, Shani Coke, no, Shani more. 250. Shoot to sharp. You will never go to ShopRite first. No, never. You just step up there one afternoon when the child don't come to class because you have cancelled the class. You just do it like strolling, so you know that they sell food there. Say, so what do you people sell here? Before you say that, you check your account. It's still remaining like 150, and it's mid of the month. Say, 300K is coming. By the time you step in, you say, yeah. Then one of your friends comes and say, I'm hungry. You say, sit down, let's eat. Say, what do you care for? And that your friend is the kind of friend that most African people have. He say, give your life 600, 5 meat, chicken, beef, pomo, snail, lizard. Say, so what kind of drink do you want? Say, dear, Hollandia you got. Big 5. And as